Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for this day. Thank you, God, for my life. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Thank you, God, for your divine grace. Thank you, God, for peace. Thank you, God, for helping me finish what I must do today. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. And that is something we're missing from today's. That's the thing. You can't do that until you actually do the working procedure for it first. All right. Let's get into it.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that would pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. all forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. In this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Oh, right. That was the thing I wanted to explore. It was, what's it called? No, it wasn't there. It was on OBS. Oh, you can't even see my OBS. Right. Basically, it was the what'd you call it? Well, might as well stop the screen share. That's kind of pointless. It was the picture in picture. Yeah, it's just like it's just see my head. Basically, I can't see, So I want to get more of a zoom out here. So I go to the source, I go to filters, I click on advanced mask. Oh, radius. There we go. Oh, man. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what I want here. Take out the zoom here. Come on now. There we go. That makes the most sense, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, great. Now we gotta just drag this up here. If we can. Yes, good. That's it. That's what I wanted here. There we go. Everything is coming up, Gabriel, now. There you go. That's it. Now let's take this again. And let's recenter this thing. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get a little bit higher. And let's get a little bit more sun. There you go. That's it right there. That's not bad. That's doable. Right? Expand the radius a bit. Done. That's what I was looking for. Wondering why that didn't work. Okay, great. Everything is figure outable, right, Marie Folio? Thanks for that reminder. There you go. Easy, right? Okay. Everything is figure outable, sir. Now, let's go to... No, we don't need... Or that. Oh, there you go. Picture in picture. Gotta redo that one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Perfecto. Stop. It's not gotta be perfect. It's never gonna be perfect. Stop trying to be perfect. You're not perfect. Own it. Right? Own that you're not perfect. Cool. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. I remember that from yesterday, right? So we got different cuts now. Right. Wide, medium, and close. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Okay. Let's go to the Elgato camera. Let's go to the frame. Let's reset the frame. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's gonna stay like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, you gotta undo that guy. We have to edit transform. Or, you could just do it by hand. Oops, 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 whoops, 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 whoops. And you can just say, right, Alt, and then what's Shift again? Oh, Shift is to stretch it like that. Okay, interesting. Okay, so if anything, you just want to probably stretch it in like this, and like this, and then transform, fit the screen, or stretch the screen, maybe, wide, medium, close, wide, medium, close. Yeah, why not? Why not? For now. For right now, it's good enough. And that's good enough. Right? Cool. We'll go here. Yep. Mm-hmm. Good enough is always good enough. Thank you, God, for this tea. Bless this tea for our greatest and highest good. Thank God that we have tea, and thank God that we have clean water. Thank you, God, for clean drinking water. Yep. Hmm. There's part of me that wishes like I had some video games to play. Like as I was meditating just now, I was thinking to myself about an old game, a very old game from childhood. And I was thinking to myself, oh, it'd be nice to play that. It would be really nice to play that. at some point, we gotta make our move here, Gabriel. We can't just be live streaming and hiding now. You already know what's gonna go for discoverability. You just gotta ask yourself if you're ready for that. You're ready. You just have to ask yourself if you're ready for that. There needs to be a content hub, and you need to be able to take ideas and titles and strip them. That requires automations. And I would like to definitely check out this, what's it called, Refusion or something like this. The screen share. And let's go to here. Refusion, I think it was, or Beethoven, or one of these websites. And voice. Beethoven Refusion. It's supposed to be a music generator. And what I was researching here is that I'm free to use it anywhere. $50 songs for $7. That we can do. Yes, you can cancel your subscription directly from your account dashboard at any time. When you cancel, you will continue to have access to your plan feature until the end of your current billing cycle. There are no hidden fees or penalties for cancellation. Can I upload songs to Spotify, YouTube, or TikTok? Yes, if you're on a played, you own commercial rights to all songs you generate. You are free to upload your tracks to streaming services like Apple Music or Spotify. Use them in YouTube videos. Use them in TikTok, Instagram Reels, or commercial ads. Songs generated while on free tier are for non-commercial use and require attribution to Sunoclone. On the free tier, what happens to my songs if I cancel? You keep all the songs you created forever. Even if you cancel your subscription, you retain ownership of the songs generated while you were a paid subscriber. Your account will simply revert to the free tier, but your library remains safe. Yeah. So I'd probably rather just do the most simple thing here. Okay, let's see what lyrics this thing generates here. Great. That's what I like about this. There's infinite possibilities here. Perfect.
Don't let me.
That's beautiful. Wonderful. So that's another possibility right here. Let's see Beethoven. Beat oven. I'm just gonna call it beat oven. Not Beethoven, but beat oven, right? Beat oven. AI music generator to create original background music. An intuitive AI music that lets you create and customize tracks to your needs. Oh, sound effects too. What? Nice. Mm. Okay, good. We got a license here. Beat oven can be used for all background music requirements across platforms. You own the rights to the tracks I downloaded. You get a non-exclusive perpetual license for the generated and downloaded track. The license gives you the rights to use the music for your video and audio content and monetize the content work for you. However, Beat Oven will still be the owners of the tracks. generated and downloaded from our music. Da, 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 da. All right, let's take a little screenshot here of this one. Please confirm exactly what this means. Period. If I download a track and I stop the subscription, will I be able to use this indefinitely? The AI generated songs, question mark. Yeah, you know, like on a day like today, I feel like creating. Maybe my form of therapy, you know? Mm-hmm. That's where maybe that looping station comes in. You get a non-exclusive virtual license. Okay. Unless you that monetize your content directly to your inbox. Cool. To your inbox with every download. So cure your creative work and enjoy peace of mind. So I gotta make sure that I sign up to the brand account. Ideally, you should not get a copyright claim. However, in an unlikely scenario you do, report it to YouTube using the track ID shared in the license. Also, fill this form and we will get the issue resolved for you. Can I upload music from Beat Oven to Spotify? No, we don't allow direct distribution of music created with Beat Oven on music streaming platforms such as Spotify, Apple Music, etc. However, you can use Beat Oven stems for sampling purposes in your remixes. That's cool. Okay. Okay. So it produces all these sound effects as well. Outputs are clear for commercial use. Okay, cool. So there's some ideas right there. We got some ideas up in here. Let's see the pricing as of right now. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Okay. 60 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So I can create my own sound effects and everything like this. That's cool. That's good. So that tells me, let's see the screen share. Oh, yes, there you go. Yes, woohoo. Now I'm not scrunched up. That's positive. That's a 1% improvement. Now I want to create like a live stream, a long form video, like an anime. Can I actually do that? Let's ask ChatGPT actually. Can I create a long form video? Just out of curiosity, can I create like an anime with AI today with just myself? Question mark. Like, could I use like a runway or something like this to do that? Question mark. And is my Mac Studio M2 Ultra fast enough and powerful enough to handle all that graphic stuff while I live stream? Question mark. That would suck. I just spent like 2,000. Okay, good. Thank God. Thank God, because I spent a lot of money on this setup that I shouldn't have been spending on. But I'm doing my best here. Can one person create an anime with AI today? Yes. But very real publishable. The track is hybrid. This trick is hybrid AI, not one magic tool. With anime checkpoints like anything, Niji style, Blender, optional, powerful, OBS Studio. Mm-hmm. That's good to know. I got the machine and the mindset. Thanks, ChatGPT. Thanks for making me feel better about my life. Okay, so what's coming up for me today is last night, Emma was talking to me and we were relaxing and doing our night routine. Yesterday, I had come back from a walk with the dog and I had been plagued about a fucking light, getting a goddamn light, a better lighting situation. Like, oh, my face isn't good enough to be seen or whatever. So I said, okay, do I get this 400 fucking euro light setup? And I understood that I played on an insecurity. There was someone on YouTube that created a short. I think Scott Yuan was his name. And he said something about because he was creating this short to promote Amron Verge Max. And there was this one scene that's burned into my memory now, and it's the scene where he has the big bulb. He has the big bulb, and he said, "I'm not about to go on camera, but I have this big bulb, right? And I'm not gonna go into this. I'm not gonna do videos with this little light looking like this. It just looks so bad, right?" So he's already. I get it. That's why he probably got paid. He got paid to sponsor the thing, right? To mention the name, the product name. He's got almost 1 million subscribers. That's, he probably got paid like a few $1,000s to do that sponsorship thing. At least that's what I believe. And I mean, the light looks good. It looks great. It looks, but it was the thing where he said, "I'm not about to go on camera looking like this. It just looks so," and he showed a little light to show the effects of it. He's like, "It just looks so bad. I mean, this just looks so bad." And when he said that, I think that played on an insecurity of mine. And that insecurity was, oh shit, what if I don't look good? What if I don't look good with the camera that I have? Or the light that I have, or whatever the fuck, What if the tooth fairy? So that was on my mind for a bit. And I was plagued for like the last 3-4 days about the light situation. I finally decided that, hey, you know what? I don't have 444 euros to spend on that setup, because the markup here in Europe on Amazon, that's the only place I can get the light from. It's great that it's USB-C and that I can buy a really long 5-meter USB-C cable with my own power brick, and I can put it right over here, and there's a big 22-inch diffused light source. I can even move that up closer, like that. Wow, great. Yeah, wow. But hey man, look, 444 euros. I would much rather get the software that can help me produce shorts at scale. Because the thing with YouTube is it's about production at scale. Because the game is keeping attention. Can I keep attention? And from what I am seeing, the best way to do this with YouTube and growing an audience is discoverability. Discoverability is shorts. Shorts, when you leverage shorts, you need to leverage the script formatting, the hooks and everything like this. Make it compelling. I already got Jenny Hoyos's YouTube Shorts Masterclass, so I'm going to be leveraging those scripts to create and generate my own stories and tie them into my offer. And I'm going to make sure that I forward people to my offer. And in order to do that, though, I need discoverability. Discoverability is going to require scale, or it's going to require lots and lots of assets, right? So I'm going to be creating these assets, short and long form assets, that I will deploy on YouTube and social media to generate attention. The more that I have people watching and even just binge watching some of this content, and I'm not making this as mindless brain rot content. I still don't even know what that really means, but I'm not going to be creating content that is pointless. I'm going to be creating stories that have a point, that have a moral to it, like moral stories, and that are addressing mental health, emotional health systems, doing things a certain way where you have a procedure for how you do your work so that way you don't burn out, you take care of your mental health, etc., etc. That's what I'm focusing on. And ultimately as well, whatever I do here has to support trading somehow. So it's got to go back to trading. And from what I know with trading, is a big key thing is the state. It's the state and the story. It's the state and the story. So your psychology is a lot. has a lot to do with it. Yes, you can work on your psychology all day if you don't have the right strategy, if you don't have positive expectancy. I get that. But in order for you to even have positive expectancy, you've got to already be willing to do the work, right? So you have to, in your head, think to yourself, okay, I am the type of person that is determined, that is going to seek this out and see this out to the end. So that's where I am with that. And I realized that that's going to be my strategy. I'm going to do a 4-video playlist where every single playlist that I do, it's just going to be a continuation of the next, but it's going to be cut in such a way, it's going to be made in such a way and produced in such a way where it seems like it's own one-off video, and it leads into the next, into the next, into the next. And then in there, I would drop that placement for at website. So that's what I would do. And in order to do that, right, everything I just said, in order to do that, do I really need a light to accomplish that? I've already got the video. I've already got I've got the Shure SM7B, right? Isn't this the best microphone out there? So if this is the best microphone out there, I got the Rode Podcaster Pro 2. I have all that. The gain on this is good. I can push the gain up as much as I want to. I can whisper and you can still hear my voice. You can still hear me even if I'm whispering, right? You can still do that. I can be even further away and you can still hear me. And I'm not even talking so loud. I'm basically whispering at this stage right now. So I realized that, okay, what's going to be the secret sauce here? I've got the black chroma key. That's not the secret sauce. I got the thing to record. Okay, that's not the secret sauce. It's not none of it is the secret sauce. These are all tools. The secret sauce is the approach, how I produce. And my idea is to produce at scale like an Andy Warhol, right? So that's where I am with that. The shorts are discovery. They're for attention. And my plan is to use AI. Yes, that's right. I'm going to use AI. I'm going to use Descript. I'm going to use whatever tool that I can to make the video to make the short as attention grabbing as possible. That's my thing. That's what I'm working on. And I'm going to really just focus on making that as eye-popping as I possibly can. And all the while, I'm still going to continue to do the deep work. Yes, I'm still going to continue to do deep work. But now at this stage, I got to figure out how to do this in such a way where I have some fun here, and I make these shorts, and I'm interested. I want to create stories. I want to share some stories here that have a moral, and I want to get a few of these pieces out there. So that's where I am right there with that one. Yeah. That's where I am with that one, Right. And if I were to go here with the foot pedal and I say, boom, let's get that pedal going, baby. Yes. Oh, look at that. Look at that big baby, baby, baby. Yes. And now at any point in time, I can just say what I got to say, change the scene, zoom in, zoom out, and we're good to go. If I want to share anything like this, I can do that. And it's pretty easy, right? And imagine that this being the screen that I'm sharing. That's good. That's good, right? Yep. Screen share. Okay. And then this is where you have to make sure that you are clicking on something. But this is it. This is it pretty much. Right? Wide, close, wide, screen share. Doom, doom, doom. Right? Okay. So now that that's settled, let's go back here. And we'll get there. We'll get that content production going. Maybe Descript does put in simple text overlays, you know? Maybe it does. Maybe. And so, well, aside from that rant, R-A-N-T, that rant, aside from that rant, I was feeling really insecure. What if it's not good enough? What if I'm not good enough? What if I put in all this cash and nothing? What if it all was just a waste of time? What if it all was just a waste of time? Can't control that, right? I cannot. No, it's better to have this ring vertical so that way I can see all these things easier. See, isn't that easier? Now I can see the whole thing at once, right, Gabriel? Yes, yeah, exactly. That's why you would do that, because now you can see everything all at once. Simple. Instead of scrolling down. Yeah. Let's add that limiter. On the Rodecaster app. Let's add the limiter. Limiter. Limitor. Limiter. Where is the limiter? Limiter. Where are you? Limiter. That was the work from yesterday that we're going to now finish up today. How do I add a limiter on the Rode? Rodecaster Pro 2 for my microphone line to where I prevent the gain from clipping into the red for OBS? Question mark. Go to processing, tap advanced. Hello. Just go to YouTube, please. Oh boy. Fuck.
Hi, this is John. A few of you reached out to me and asked if I can show you my microphone processing settings so that you can at least have a good place to start. Next, we're going to move into noise gate. The visual representation here is very crucial, as you will see when you are tweaking with the settings. I'm going to give you my setting, but it really depends on the room that you are in. My setup is for a room that is fairly quiet, so there's not a lot of noise here. So threshold is minus 60 dB. If you have a noisy environment, you would probably want to lower the threshold so that the noise gets kicked in quicker. The attack is 0.69 millisecond. Hold is 87.0 millisecond. Release is 106.8 millisecond. Range is minus 45 dB. Hysteresis is 0.0. Hi, this is John.
Okay. So noise gate threshold, I think he was saying. Let's keep that open just in case. Noise gate threshold. Noise gate threshold. Noise gate threshold. Okay, hold on a second. Does it show though? Okay. Let's start over from scratch here. Let's start over. That is intense. That is super intense to look at that. Presets. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Presets, presets, presets. Gabriel, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes. Presets. Podcast or broadcast. Podcast or broadcast. Effects. High pass. DS. Noise gate. Compressor. Q. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Okay, that still doesn't tell me anything here because I can't see where the limiter is. Period. These are the settings that I have, or these are the options in the menu that I have. Period. What do I do? Question mark. Fucker. Once again, I don't see exactly the word limiter anywhere on here. Period. Is it in compressor or noise gate with the threshold by chance? Question mark. What the fuck does that even mean? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. I will not pretend to know. How about we just cut this down to like 65 dB. Let's go to the presets. And let's just go here. And let's just keep it standard. You know, let's just keep it really fucking simple here. All right. Okay, this is me recording my screen. And these are certain settings that are for the Rodecaster. Right now I'm on neutral. This is how I sound on neutral. And these are the presets. These are presets. I'm going to turn on the advanced and I'm going to just turn that off. Okay. And I'm just going to stick with the presets. The presets are neutral right now. Preset is neutral. Preset is neutral. The preset is neutral. The preset now is podcast studio. The preset now is podcast studio. The preset now is broadcast. The preset now is broadcast. I originally had this set to podcast studio, 65 dB. So let's see how I sound here and let's see if I clip. If I go too high. Yep. Yeah, you see. Okay, good. So I don't necessarily go that high, which is great for me. And okay, let's stop this. And let's screen share this guy one more time. And let's go here to movies. Let's go here. Okay, this is me recording my screen. And these are certain settings that are for the Rodecaster. Right now I'm on neutral. This is how I sound on neutral. And these are the presets. These are presets. I'm going to turn on the advanced and I'm going to just turn that off. Okay. And I'm just going to stick with the presets. The presets are neutral right now. Preset is neutral. Preset is neutral. The preset is neutral. The preset now is podcast studio. The preset now is podcast studio. The preset now is broadcast. The preset now is broadcast. I originally had this set to podcast studio, 65 dB. So let's see how I sound here, and let's see if I clip. If I go too high. Yep. Yeah, I see. Okay, good. So I don't necessarily go that high, which is great for me. And okay, let's stop this. Okay, well, there you have it. There you have it. And that should be fine as it is. I don't necessarily, I don't know. Maybe it's just my ears. Maybe I'm having issues hearing properly. But I legitimately don't hear the difference. You know, I really don't hear the difference in any of this. Okay, I can delete that. I can add, okay, good. I can delete that. I can delete that. Okay, so these are the presets. As the name implies. Okay. Let's imagine here that I took this de-esser threshold down. There you go. The de-esser. So let's imagine that I have this here, and I just clear that. And then I go back here, and I go to the de-esser. Okay, so that's at minus 28 dB. Okay, so that just resets it, basically. Thank God. Because this is not my thing. This is not what brings me joy. Minus 60, just one more time. De-esser. Let's go back here to the de-esser. Yes. Okay, cool. So if I were to go to high pass filter frequency, turn that down. High pass filter frequency. High pass filter, 70 hertz. It's originally at 70 hertz, now it's at 20. And now it's at 70 hertz. Okay, cool. So in this preset here, broadcast, podcast, broadcast, podcast. Noise gate. Right, let's take the noise gate to minus 60. Noise gate, right, minus 37.8. Noise gate minus 37.8. That's the original, right? Noise gate minus 37.8. Noise gate 37.8. Okay, cool. Done. Good to goody. Yes. We got the processing on. Yep. I don't know what any of that does. I'm not going to pretend to know. Because I don't. Because this is not what I'm into. And let's just record. Let's record my voice right now, and let's see how I sound. Am I doing it? Yes, I'm hitting the peaks between minus 10, minus whatever. And if I get too loud, right, that's where I know that I'm at the limit. That's where I know I'm at the limit. And this is where I want to be. Okay, that's good for me. That is good for me. Please stop fucking around now. There you go. This is record. Let's record my voice right now, and let's see how I sound. Am I doing it? Yes, I'm hitting the peaks between -10, minus whatever. And if I get too loud, right, that's where I know that I'm at the limit. That's where I know I'm at the limit. And this is where I want to be. Okay, that's good for me. That is good for me. Please. Button. Okay, that's it. I have no idea what P48 or that road symbol means. It's processing. Okay. And I literally just have to click on that and it just takes me back there. So if I turn that down, if I turn all of these down and I go back here, click on neutral, everything will go back up. Podcast. Clean enough, Mr. Sarah. Clean enough. All right. Let's do this work here, please. Because we got to get the deep work. And you know, it goes fast. You know, it goes fast. And you only have that time. You've only got that time. Time is of the essence, sir. This is me, this is me, this is me. Testing, testing. Bumbu was fachatat sabatu waren embargo devasya. Bargo devasya demihidi yo yo na. Leave it at 70. There you go. Now we at 70 and we're easily getting up in there. There you go, you see? And now I can just be back here and I can be talking. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, back to the roadcaster. Mm. Mm-hmm. Let's go home. All right, let's go. Let's get to work here. Come on. Come on, player. Let's go. Let's go. Mm-hmm. It could be if you want it to be. It could very well be if you want it to be. Right? We got to put all these other ones in here. Prompter. Show overlay. Okay. So let's go back here. Prompter. All right, so let's assume. You're also missing one. You're also missing one. Missing a couple, actually. Let that power. Show overlay. Switch to profile. So if I were to do this legitimately, let's see what we have here. And we want to do practice. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So that's what we're missing right now. So let's do that again. That'll turn it on. Okay. Interesting. Prompter, prompter, prompter. Once again. Okay, close. All right, we're back here. Gotta press that button. Good enough. Yes? Okay, cool. Good. Whatever. All right. All right. Calling on Master Ganesha. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Calling on Master Ganesha for support to clear all non-useful parts and beliefs inside of me, to recalibrate my identity, and to remove all obstacles from my path that have prevented me from living at a higher state of consciousness. Thank you, Master Ganesha, for removing all obstacles that have prevented world peace. Peace among every heart and mind across the universe. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Bum Boo. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Let's start over. Let's start over here. Take a deep breath. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. What in the motherfuck? Peace, Gabriel. Peace, please. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Ganapataye Namaha, Om Gam 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 Ganapataye Namaho Namaha, Om Gam Ganapataye 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 Namaha. Thank you, Master Ganesha, for clearing all the obstacles that prevent peace. Thank you for clearing all violence into and around me and all over the world. May every heart and mind be at peace. And my intention for this Gayatri mantra is to ask for divine insight, spiritual awakening, and a higher mind, a higher state of consciousness to be anchored in, through, and around me. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vasvaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas Vasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhago Devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Omumbuva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bago devasyadimihi yo yona prachodayat. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, that's interesting because this should be prompter. Okay. Okay. Good enough. Now it's time to get this workout in. Time to go to work. Whew. Shit. Start a workout.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Start a workout. Oh! Motherfucker. Fuck. You're sweet, man. You're a sweetheart, man. Oh. 'It's time to get all that fuck out. It's time to get all that fuck out. It's time to get all that fuck out. Time to go to work. 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 Yeah. Ten. Twenty. 21. Motherfucker. You motherfucker. Come on. Let's go. Get into state. Get into state. Yes, I can. Let's go. Yes, I can. It's easy. That's simple. That's simple. This is simple. This is so simple. This is so simple, man. Come on. It's so simple. This is so simple. This is so simple. That's so simple. That's so simple. It's so simple. This is simple. This is simple. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. 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 Let's go. Make it move. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Easy. All work is easy. That's it. That's all it is. All work is easy. 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 This is easy. I'm not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. I'm not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. I'm not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. I'm not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. I'm not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. 10. 20. 2. 80. 'Easy. That's easy. That's easy, man. Jesus Christ. That's so easy. That's so easy. That's so easy, man. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. Make him move. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. I can do it. I can do it. Even though I lost my confidence, I can get it back. Even though I lost my confidence, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I lost my confidence in myself and in life, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I lost confidence, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. I can do it. Come on. I can do it. Yeah. Yeah. It's all about what you say to yourself. Let's go. It's all about what you say to yourself. All about what you say to yourself. That's it. That's it. So what about what do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Come on. Let's go. Get a big state. Get a big state. Let's go. Change your state. Change your state. Change your state. Let's go. We do this together. Hands, head, heart, feet. We work together. Warrior, magician, lover, king. We do it together. 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 Easy day. We do it together. Easy day. It's an easy day right now. Too easy. Too easy. Too easy. Too easy. Because all work is easy. 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 I've God on my side. I've God on my side. All work is easy. I have God on my side. I have God on my side. All work is easy. I have God on my side. Anything is possible with God. Anything is possible with God. I believe in you, God. You don't put me through this shit for no reason. All work is easy. All work is easy. Thank you, God. 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 May I have another? Thank you, God. Thank you, God. That's easy. That's easy. That's an easy day. That's an easy day. That's an easy day. That's easy. Let's go. All work is easy. All work is easy. I have God on my side. I have God on my side. I've got God on my side. All work is easy. All work is easy. All work is easy. I have God on my side. Anything is possible. I've got God on my side. I've got God on my side. I have God on my side. All work is easy. All work is easy. All work is easy. All work is easy. I have God on my side. I have God on my side. Every day and every way, I'm getting stronger and stronger. Every day and every way, I'm getting stronger and stronger. Every day and every way, I'm getting richer and richer. Every day and every way, I'm becoming more and more successful. Every day and every way, I am fulfilling my purpose. Every day and every way, I'm fulfilling my purpose. Every day and every way, I am fulfilling my purpose. Every day and every way, I am leaving my mark. Every day and every way, I'm reaching true north. Every day and every way, I am reaching true north. Every day and every way, I am reaching true north. Every day and every way, I am reaching true north. Every day and every way, I am reaching true north. That's it, man. That's it. That's it. Let's get to work here. Let's get to work here. Every day and every way, I'm reaching true north. Every day and every way, I'm reaching true north. Every day and every way, I'm reaching true north. I can do it. I'm doing it. Two. Eight. Too easy. Too easy. Too easy. Make it move. Let's go. Let's go. Make it move. Let's go. Let's go. That's too easy. That's too easy. That's it. All work is easy. 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 Make it an easy day. Let's go. Let's make it an easy day. Let's make it easy. That's it. That's it. Make it an easy day. Make it an easy day. That's it. We're making it easy. We're making it easy. We're making it real easy. We're making it so fucking easy. We're making this so easy, man. We're making this so easy. We're making this look so easy. We're making it look so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy, man. It's so easy. I tell you, it's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. I own you. I own you. And I'm going north. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing out of the world. That's what I'm doing. I'm going north. 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 Yes, 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 yes. I'm going north. 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 North, north, north. Yes, 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 yes. It's time to go north. Yes, I can. 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 Yes. Yes. Yes, I can. Yes. How does it feel to succeed? It feels fucking great. It feels great. And never take that for granted. Never take that blessing for granted. Always appreciate success. Always appreciate success. I don't know about everybody else, but for me, it comes around a lot less. It comes around way less. Way, way less. But maybe that's just my story. Maybe that's just a state. What if I identify myself as now someone who just does it? Someone who just takes action and makes it happen, and I do it. I just do it. I'm just decisive and I go. That's it. I just decide and I go. I 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 decide and I fucking go. That's it. Last round. Last round. Last round. Let's go. Make it move. Let's go. I said make it move. Let's go. Huh? 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 What happened there? Make it move. Ba, ba. Nope. Make your move. Here. Ha. Ha. Yes. Make your move. Make your move. Let's go. Stop. Stop. Huh? North, baby. North. We're going 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 north. Gotta change your state. It's all about the state. It's all about the state. It's all about the state. Let's go. Take it in. Let's go. Get to work. Let's. So yesterday we left off with oh fuck, you see? No. Right. This is the work. This is the work. And there should only be one piece of fucking paper. And it's this. It's this. This is it. This is the only thing. Does it? Do we get like a manual focus? Or like a black number or something like this? Oh, whatever. Maybe you can see that. That's it. It says here, review conversation with ChatGPT, refactor systems, auditor DB to house a clean record of my life and areas of dissatisfaction to determine what's the thing to work on. But that's also like the debrief, right? That's like the monthly debrief. That's why we got to get really fucking clear here. We got to get real clear here. Can't be doing a whole bunch of bullshit. All right. Next. You know what time it is. We got to get ready for that deep work. Because that's the thing that's going to move the needle, right? Thank you, Cal Newport, for bringing up that concept and that term. And this is my deep work right here, you know? This is how I'm doing it. And if anyone has a better way to do it, you let me know. Otherwise, let's get to work. I want to have some fun today. I want to have some fun and look at some AI video generators. That's what I want to do today. All right, so go to Life Map, turn on laptop, blah, 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 blah. Go to Life Map, navigate to current bridge, kitty cat. Current bridge. Scroll all the way down. Let's get there. That's it. Yes. You know what to do. Keep anchoring in that muscle, right? Like Tony Robbins said, anchor in that fucking thing. Yeah. Anchor it in. All right? Let's anchor this thing in. Let's do that work, baby. Come on. Let's get to work here. Let's get to work. All right. Stand up. Time tracker. Deep work. Yeah, debrief. Yep. Mm-hmm. Today, you completed a critical documentation and standardization push. You finalized the SSOT working procedure for how to create or refactor a system. Audited and tightened the core section ordering so it matches the way you actually think and work. Removed redundant prompts. Used bloat from the subpage in favor of the clean property level linkage. Clarified the system versus subsystem mental model. You're refactoring existing operating systems inside the larger Life OS and implemented in a practical Notion automation improvement by creating a conditional print note formula tied to print for binder so your binder workflow stays clean while the digital SSOT remains canonical. You also printed the systems WP so you have an offline recovery artifact and set tomorrow's mission. Run a real walkthrough on Deep Work OS by applying the WP end-to-end use case. Blah, 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 blah. There should be one page moving forward. And it's only going to be one brick. That's it, Gabriel. That's all that is today. You know this. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Please. Please be honest with yourself. Please be honest. Let's have some fun today. 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 Let's do the work and let's have some fun. Let's have some fun doing the work. No. Where's your task for today? Huh? Review conversation with ChatGPT. Done. Yes. Today's date, February 3rd. There we go. Yeah, and I'm definitely gonna have to just get like a very standard fucking list because I think this is too many databases, like way too many databases. Daily stand up, track time. Oh my God, Jesus. Okay, leave it out. Leave it out. Leave it out. Leave it out. Yeah, you can see me, right? Like I'm here. I'm here. I'm showing my work. I'm doing my work, you know? That's it. I'm showing what I'm doing. I'm showing what I'm doing. I'm gonna drink my protein shake. Get ready, and let's get to work here. Let's get to work here. All right, let's start that break right now. Okay, so we got that done. We got that done. Now we're ready for that deep work. All right, let's see what we got here. So, today's deep work. Yeah, eventually I gotta look through this. Okay, so I'm doing some things. Not all the things, but I'm doing some things. And I gotta look at these bricks and get this set up here. This is very, very important. Some of these things now have to get deleted. Shit. Shitty. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was fairly on a roll, some things. This is just what it is for where I am right now. And it's just about now getting back into the groove of all this and getting back into alignment with how this all works. So, today, review the conversation with ChatGPT. All right, so let's split the screen here. Let's get ChatGPT up out here. Right. So how do I approach today's deep work session? The best way that I think is the following. Let's actually turn on the focus music here and start getting into the work. All right. could swear that there was something that I put up in here. Yep, there we go. That's what I wanted. The stars. Let's look at the stars. Right, save point. That's what we need to. Right, so we got that at least. Thank God, I remember that here. I knew it. There was something here that we had. Very important. Very important. Mm-hmm. Right, this is a save point for me. All right, so let's illustrate where my head is and my thinking. Because again, I got to audit also my thinking and make sure that I'm not making this harder on myself than it has to be. So, at this stage of my journey, I already know what? I already know what to be true. I already know the following. Number one, this is me. Okay? And I know that this is my true north. All right. So my goal is to get here. That's my goal. So I've got to somehow figure out a way to how to get here. How do I get here when I'm here? Well, imagine that you're in a forest, right? It's a tree, right? And I'm going through this forest. All right, cool. All right, forest, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool, perfect. Now, on the way to true north, okay, let's say the true north is like the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, right? Let's say we got the pot of gold. And we got gold here. That's the treasure. like Paulo Coelho talks about, right? This is my treasure. My true north is showing me my treasure. So I'm here and I'm walking, right? Taking the footsteps. But then all of a sudden, I see this on the path, right? I see these little bumps along the way, so on and so on and so forth. And then eventually I get here, okay? These are cross points. Cross points need bridges, okay? I need to build something that gets me across these cross points, okay? So I need to build that shit. Now, the thing is, I build this with what are called bricks. What just happened? Hey, what just happened here? What? Okay, as I was saying, I build bricks that build a bridge that get me from here to here, basically, you know? So each session, each cycle that I go through, right? I go through 4-week cycles. 4-week cycles, 3-week on, 1 week off. Why? Because I'm playing the long game, right? That's the long game, okay? So I gotta, for right now where I am, I gotta take it slowly, as you know, without fucking flipping out and taking excessive breaks where I burn out. So I need to structure it in such a way where I'm making progress, incremental, no matter how fucking small it is, making progress. And let's just make sure that we got this clearly here. These are cross points, okay? Right? These are little gaps. These gaps, I gotta be able to build something to get across to the other side so I can get here. So I have a compass, right? And I'm saying, okay, my compass says this is north, right? So my compass, obviously this is north. All right, fine. So I'm going in that direction, okay? And every 4 weeks, we'll have a cycle. The cycle is not the cross point. The cross point could be an infinite amount of time, basically, okay? However long it takes to cross a cross point, and it takes me maybe, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, 4 cycles, whatever, to cross this cross point, okay? Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because when it comes to looking at this from a zoomed out perspective, all right, let's say we're looking at this from the perspective of, like, I'm up here, right? Let's say I have an I am presence. Okay, so let's say this is my I am presence here. Okay, there you go. My I am presence has the eyes and can see, right? I got a high perspective, but this is me right here on the ground, and I'm like, where do I go? Right? I'm confused as shit. So I have to look at my life as a series of systems. All right. So this is a system, right? This is a system. This is my life OS. Now in here, we can have multiple systems. Okay. And we already established that the other day. We can have multiple systems here. Multiple systems, right? The quality of my life that I've come to understand, the quality of my life, the quality of someone's life is determined by the system that they run on. So if I want to improve my life, right? The key to improve my life, let's write that out here. And say that this is a key. All right. Yeah, that's a key. Whatever. That's a key. The key is improve systems. But we improve one. Okay, so let's actually make sure we're clear on this. Improve one system at a time. That's very important. We have to make sure that we improve one system at a time, which means we have to take it apart. We have to take it out and just examine it. We become aware of the system by doing what? We become aware of a system by doing what? We become aware by doing what? Answer: auditing. We become aware by doing what? Auditing. We have to audit. We have to audit our life. So when we audit our life, what are we doing? We're looking at where are we dissatisfied, right? We're looking at where we're dissatisfied. What is the issue here? And we're asking ourselves, why am I not happy? Why am I not having the financial success that I want? Because my belief is the following. The belief that I choose that is helpful for me is the following. I believe we are in a universe where this is the universe, right? No matter how vast it could be, I don't know, it could be the whole fucking page. Who cares? This universe infinite possibilities, right? infinite possibilities. And I'm here. Right? Just like you're here, I'm here, whatever. Now, if we live in a universe of infinite, isn't it possible that there is an infinite amount of love? Actually, let's create another layer here. This infinite amount of love, joy, happiness, peace, resources. Connection, etc., etc. These live on the higher, right? This lives on the higher vibration. On the lower vibration, we've got hate. We've got sadness. We've got war. We've got poverty. We've got scarcity. We've got disconnect. Okay? The quality of my life is determined based on my thoughts. So let's just imagine that here for a second. My thoughts. Okay? My thoughts at any given time are creating signals to get this. Or my thoughts at any given time are creating signals to attract this. Right? Where is my focus? I choose to believe that when it comes to the topic of success, success can be infinite. It can be instant, right? If I'm choosing to focus on being successful, success is already there. It already exists. Everything already exists. It's already there. So the only thing that I must do is tune in. And what I realize is that, and this is the thought that I'm choosing to really, really, really anchor in, is that I'm already successful, right? It's just invisible. Why? Because there's a little blocker here. Okay, there is a wall of some sort. There's a shield. And the shield, okay, is preventing success, right? So let's see if we can zoom this in here. Can I zoom this in here? No, you can't zoom it in. We got to get a different app. So if success is already here, up. Okay. If success is already here, it already exists, what must I do? What must I do for that success? I have to clear this out. Okay. So I have to break this. This must get broken. Break the invisible blockers. We call that cross points and bottlenecks. All right, cross points and bottlenecks. Now, in order for me to do that, in order for me to successfully navigate this, I got to get a new app here. This is really disappointing. In order for me to navigate this, what do I have to do? What do I have to do? I have to audit. As I said before, I've got to audit. That's the sauce right there. That's the thing. I've got to audit. Okay. Auditing is key because auditing equals awareness. If I'm looking at my true north, if I'm looking at my life compass and I'm saying, okay, this is where I am, this is where I want to be. What's preventing that? All right, so let's look at this. All right. So let's say so that's me. This is me now. Imagine that's like a big gold chain or whatever. And I've got my crown or something like this. All right, cool. Question is, what do I have to do to get there? How do I identify that cross point? What are the bricks? What are those bricks? And this is where Tony Robbins' summit, nothing new for me. It's just now, it's just clicking a little bit differently. And he says the 3 S's. I remember if there's anything I remember about this, the 3 S's. Okay? It's state, story, strategy. So obviously I realized that my state has to be the primary thing. Okay. Thank you, Tony Robbins and Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji from Akam. That is very obvious. But now, what is the state? What is the story? What are the beliefs that I have? And what's the strategy, right? So strategy is another way of saying systems. Or another way, my way of saying it is bridges. Okay? So what is the thing that I have to do that? And obviously we know that getting into state requires execution. Okay? Tony Robbins didn't become Tony Robbins overnight. Tony Robbins said, he starts doing all these incantations every day and every way. I'm getting stronger and stronger every day and every way. And he's, doing the fist pumps and make it move, and that's him. And that's what he's doing. And he's been doing that for years. And the higher energy, that from what I've seen, it's paid off for him. The story is his beliefs. Once again, we have to change our beliefs. That requires execution. So it's not enough to just have a belief and say, okay, this is what I believe, or whatever. You have to really anchor that in. You have to really anchor in that belief. And your strategy. What are the things that you do on a day-to-day basis? What are your habits? What are the things that you do that compound to get you here? It still comes down to execution. What am I doing? What are the actions I'm taking on a day-to-day basis? State is another way of saying like your identity, right? It's your identity. It's your brand. Identity is brand. Now, identity and brand. If we're talking about identity and brand, shit. Forgot that part. Fucker. Ay. Start. All right. So if we're talking about all of this, if we're talking about our state, if we're talking about our story, our strategy, our execution, well, what's the first thing? The first thing is I got to know what I want, right? What do I want? And that's also something I remember from Tony Robbins' Business Mastery. Thank you, Tony Robbins. What do I want? Why? Most people think how, but I think, and I saw this from another video, was like who? Who do I need to become to be that? If I wanted to be Tony Robbins, who do I need to become? So therefore, what do I need to do? I need to audit. I have my true north. This is where it gets a little bit intricate now because oh, okay. Well, at least we got that. All right. Who do I need to become? Who do I need to become here in this process? Can we please scroll down? I got to get a new app here. This one isn't to my liking. Who would I need to become for this? Therefore, I need to do an audit. But if I'm doing an audit of my life, right, how do I know what I want? How do I know what I want if I don't first do an audit, right? That's the question to actually ask. That's a good question to ask, actually. And that's where contrast, I think, comes in. Abraham Hicks with the vortex thing, your vibrational vortex. Contrast serves you because it helps you get clarity. So the question now is, how do I know what I want before I know what I want? How do I know what I want before I know what I want? How do I know that? How do I know that? So if I go here to now Notion and I look at the master database registry, okay, I've got all my databases organized by levels. That's a story for another time. Ay, ay, ay. Good questions. How would I know? How would I know what I want? We've got Life Compass. Yeah, let's add a number property here. Maybe we're doing a bit too much. But let's say we've got our order here. Okay. This is 1. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I know that this level defines, right, I should have done that probably sooner. Defines true north along range vision and the 4 swords. Okay, so it would have to be level 2. Okay, so let's take a screenshot over here. And now let's open up level 2 because level 2 is diagnostic. Okay. Right. And level 2 would have to be something like, what's the issue? So if level 1 is, let's see what level 1 is again. It's defining vision. Oops. If level 1 defines vision, level 2 is diagnostic. But now I ask myself, is that correct now? Well, let's think about this. Let's think about actions, right? if I'm here and everything begins with one thought, two emotion, three action, thanks Libby Adams, then action is last, right? And if that's the case, that's last, we need to look at feedback, right? What happens after that? We get feedback. We get feedback. And then we brainstorm it, and then we go back to the process. So let's ask that question now in this way here. Okay. If, let's say, I am here, this is my life, okay? Life, OS, the gears are turning. The gears are turning, the gears are turning, the gears are turning. Okay, we start at thought. Then we go to emotion. How do I feel? What are my beliefs? Whatever. All right, so this is where, you can have state and story or whatever. And 3, this is where you can have fucking action. And then 4, this is where you have results, right? Metrics, feedback, results, metrics. Okay. But now I'm kind of wondering, what is 5 here? 5 is, okay, maybe like, what is this? It's audit. Clarity. Iteration. Let's ask this question here, because I think this will tell me exactly now where we go from here. Because, like, again, how do I know what I want if I don't know what I want? How do I know if I'm dissatisfied and I'm saying, okay, well, fuck, this is where I am. I don't want to be here. Well, what do I want? I want to go in this direction. Oh, that's the direction. That's right. So imagine if, let's say me, let's say I'm fucking miserable or whatever. It's not always the case. Just going through a difficult time, a difficult season in life. So I'm here. I'm in my winter season, and I see Tony Robbins, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, Tony Robbins. I want to be like that guy. And then I ask myself, okay, So how would I structure this in that way that makes the most sense here? Let's go back to the journal. Screenshot. Let's add in something here. Yep. Oh, but there's no automation there, guy. Come on. You need that to be an automation, sir. Okay. We're not going to record anything just yet. Or maybe. Scheiße. I'm going to switch the profile to. Okay, we got to create a deep work multi-action. Deep work, 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 deep work. Create that profile called deep work. Yes. Yes. Good. All right. Let's take a hello hotkey. Hotkey, hotkey, hotkey. Good. Bingo. Mm-hmm. All right. And now, come on. I'm not done with that one. Got to go back into here. Switch profile to deep work. Yes. Okay. And we're going to change the scene to deep work. Yes. Good. All right. So now let's go back here one more time. You see my face. Gotta go up in here. Good. I shouldn't be able to take a screenshot. Good. There's nothing happening because it should all just be blank. Mm-hmm. Okay. Start the deep work. Good. And now I can take a screenshot. There we go. All right. So let's finish this up here. Oh, what just happened? Motherfucker. Deep work. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, so we got that, right? Okay, let's go back to the Finder here. Back to the desktop. Start from the tippity tip. Very good. Okay, now let's plug that into ChatGPT. Okay, for today's deep work, we need to refactor and properly order that database you were talking about just now, which is basically the systems auditor DB. Period. Please recap to me in one paragraph what would be the purpose of that system auditor / life review database. Period. Why I was under the impression that originally a systems auditor database was to audit a system. But as we basically have talked about, the purpose of auditing a system is to see where something has broken, right? So if my life isn't going in a direction that I want it to go in, the idea is to become aware of it. And instead of trying to fix my life as a whole, what I think is the most optimal is to take one small area of my life and look at that as a system and basically refactor that system. Or am I completely wrong in this understanding?
You're not wrong at all. You've actually landed on the correct abstraction. What's happening now is just a naming plus ordering refinement, not a conceptual error. Here's the clean, locked in recap in one paragraph, exactly as you asked. Open quote. The purpose of the Life and Systems Review, formerly Systems Auditor, database is to serve as the single, repeatable mechanism for noticing when life is drifting off true north, identifying the specific friction or dissatisfaction being experienced, translating that lived experience into a concrete cross point, and then isolating the exact system responsible so it can be refactored rather than trying to fix life as a whole. This database exists to turn subjective life pain into objective system work. You start with awareness, something feels off, narrow it to one small area of life, treat that area as a system with inputs, outputs, and failure modes, audit it for usability via BVT, and then decide whether to refactor, rebuild, or discard it. The goal is not life-wide overhaul, but targeted system upgrades that, once reintegrated into Life OS, cascade into higher order improvements across finances, relationships, energy, and peace. Close quote. If I say this plainly and directly, you are not fixing your life. You are debugging systems that run your life, and you are doing it one constrained, brief, high-leverage system at a time. That is exactly how high-functioning operating systems, human or technical, are improved. If you want, next weekend, precisely order the sections of that DB. Top bottom equals how the mind actually works, or define the monthly ritual where this DB gets used so it doesn't become just another database. Your instincts here are solid. This is refinement, not correction.
Okay, so you just said it. So it's a database that serves as a repeatable mechanism for noticing when life is drifting off from true north and identifying the specific friction or dissatisfaction being experienced and translating that into a concrete cross point. And then isolating the exact system responsible so it can be refactored rather than trying to fix it as a whole. My life as a whole. ... So if I'm starting with awareness, something feels off in my life. So all the actions that I take right now, it feels off, right? If that's the truth, that the actions that I've taken in my life make me feel off and I'm feeling dissatisfaction with my life, then I have to do an audit of my life, basically. Life and systems review. Okay? Period. I understand that part, but you just said something very important. You said that the purpose of the life and systems review database is to serve as a single repeatable mechanism for noticing when life is drifting off true north, identifying the friction or dissatisfaction, and translating that into a concrete crosspoint. Period. So now my question to you is, where would this systems auditor database live? Question mark. At what layer, basically, and in what order of the entire system architecture? Okay, so I think we need to just focus instead on order of operations and not necessarily what layer. Because we could have a layer 5 or level 5, comma, but the ordering for me is what matters most, so that we're mechanical, like a factory line. You understand? Question mark. So if we need to understand where is the dissatisfaction in my life and where I'm going and the cross points and etc., what's the exact ordering? ChatGPT just gave me its own thing, but I need to really probe this. Okay, great. We're getting somewhere here. Period. So now I need you to look at my sketches, because I basically was brainstorming out loud and just thinking out loud and asking myself, okay, well, if I have a life compass, I'm going in that direction anyway, right? But how do I know what I want if I don't know what I want? Period. You understand? Question mark. So how do I go from this is my life compass, this is the direction that I'm going in, but how do I know I'm going in that direction if I don't know what I want exactly? Question mark. So I then came to the point where I asked myself, okay, well, what is the very first thing in like a loop sequence that we have to think about? Period. Is it that I just take action and do something and then I get a result? I'm not happy with that result. And then ask myself, okay, well, what can I change? And like, how does that actually loop? As you can see in my last screenshot with me in the center and the wheel from 1 through 5. And I'm asking you this question because I really need to understand the ordering of how would we do this for factories and templatizing this in such a way that it's very clear and it's very obvious. This is an audit of my life. This is where I'm going. This is what I'm doing, etc., etc. Right. Because friction, right. Okay, this is interesting what you said here, because that makes me think about that concept that I had said before, that I'm supposed to be successful. And that's just my inherent thing. That's just what the universe has for me. That's just what the universe wants from me. I'm here for a reason. I'm here for a purpose. And the universe has me here to fulfill that purpose. Now, there's some sort of invisible blocker from helping me realize or see that success. And my job is to just identify what that is and remove that. And that's exactly the thing about the cross point concept, period. We're not going for goals like, oh, I'm just going to make up something arbitrary and I'm just going to go for that thing. No, I'm looking to eliminate what are the cross points that are preventing me from having success. Does that make sense? Question mark. So my thinking now is, with what you just said that I highlighted from you, is you don't start by knowing what you want. You start by noticing friction. So if we're taking that idea a step further, maybe the idea is, yeah, my natural state is to be joyful. My natural state as a human being is to be light and free and abundant and joyful and resourceful and etc. But then something happens in life that creates some sort of like a mud. And my job is to clear that up now. And that's where I notice the friction. That's where I notice, okay, maybe I got to debug, right? Because like you said, we're not creating systems, we're not refactoring, we're debugging. So maybe that's what I'm ultimately doing with these systems. Is I'm simply just debugging what is not the state of perfection and joy and what I have envisioned it to be. Does that make sense? Question mark. And so my point with that is, then if that's the case, if we start by noticing friction, comma, then does the life compass actually go first? Question mark. And the reason why I'm asking that is because if in anyone's given life, they're always going somewhere. We're all going to die. That's inevitable. Period. But the question is, when we die, what do we leave behind? And that's a legacy question, right? Period. So if I know I'm going to die, my true north is ultimately death. But in the process of going to true north, I'm asking myself, what do I want to leave behind? What do I want to be contributing to the world as part of my service here? Because I cannot imagine I'm here to have a good time. I'm here to fucking fulfill my dharma. And that's it. Period. So if that's the case, if I'm here in service, comma, then how do I know what that looks like? Question mark. And when it comes to my life, if my natural state is peace, is joyful. Like if I look at a kid is always laughing and it's happy. Yes, a kid cries and things like this. But the natural state of a child, I believe, natural, is to be happy and joyful and filled with love and to receive love and to give love and to be a source of love, period. So if that's the case and a child grows up to be an adult and becomes a racist, becomes hateful, becomes disinterested in people, and it means that there's something happened there, right? Period. Something happened that shifted their state, which then shifted their story, which then shifted their strategy / their execution and how they live their life, period. So my job is to figure out, like, okay, if that's the case and I apply that to success, if God wants us to succeed, if God wants us to have love and be joyful, and that's the natural state, is to have success and joy and fulfillment of purpose and dharma, etc., comma, what's blocking that? Question mark. So do we start with an audit of my life and then create the compass? Or do we say, okay, this is the compass, this is the default. We go through the cycle and then we get the feedback, which is the audit, which is the systems auditor / life review database, question mark. So I really need to understand and drill that idea in, because before I do work on any systems, I think it would be important to just take an audit of my life and say, okay, what's the issue here? And what is now the official cross point that we're naming, so that we can say, okay, well, in order to fulfill and bridge this gap so we can get to the other side now, we need to build this bridge. And that's where the bridge charter comes in, and that's where the BVT comes in, etc. But that initial first stage, what's the very first step in unfucking myself and changing my life? Question mark. ... We obviously know at this stage, we got to take apart a system, the big system of my life, break it down into one little system and work on that one little system. We already know that. That's pretty clear. But what I'm asking is like, how do I define that? And what would be the first step? Right? Period. So do I look at my life compass as a whole? Okay, this is where I'm going. This is where I am now. And there's a clear disconnect. Or do I say, I'm not happy. Why am I not happy? And then look at what's going on. Question mark. Or are we saying that life compass is always the number one thing to know where I'm going? And I say, okay, this is where I want to go with my life. And this is where I currently am in my life. This is a current audit of my life. This is where I'm not doing good. This is where I'm not feeling good. And this is more of a diagnostic thing to take inventory of my life. And I want to get to the heaven, which is the fulfillment of my true north. But right now, this is the hell. This is the reality that I'm in. And this is what I want to change, period. What is the proper ordering here? Question mark. Is it looking at reality as it is and where I want to be? Or is it looking at where I want to be and looking at reality as where it is? Question mark. That's actually a really good question. I need you to really think about this carefully and think about our entire system so far, the entire life operating system architecture so far, and what is going to make the most sense here. Period. We're isolating those specific elements, the auditor versus the compass. Because from there, then you just clearly pointed it out that after that, it's the cross point. And then after that, it's all the other things that come along with it. Mm. Without a compass, you still feel pain, but you don't know what direction better is. Compass doesn't need perfect deals here. It just needs value, trajectory, non-negotiable, service, legacy, vector. It can be vague and still valid. Friction is data. Mm-hmm. Okay, save this order as a memory because this is exactly what we're going to reference every single time then. Okay, gotta take a break. Be right back. Right. I'm already successful. I'm just removing what is not. What is not success. I'm just clearing that out from me. Fucking go here. Let's get it together, guy. Let's go. There you go. Blood's flowing now, right? That's it. That's what we want. Let's go. System isolation. You don't fix your life. You ask what system is responsible for this friction. Ugh, that's a mess of fuck that has to get cleared out now. All right, just take it one cross put at a time, which means that this is going to get fucking scrapped. Yep. Mm-hmm. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we are fucking getting somewhere. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. right? You refactor the system. You document it. You make it runnable by future you or an agent. This is debugging, not creation. Exactly. What do we have to do to get this fucking thing going here? Okay. Now, my question is the following here. So we already know that. We already know that. But now my question is this. What do we do about the fucking daily? If we have to audit Crosspoint, Bridge, Charter, can we merge this all into one thing and just make it really fucking simple? Can we do something like this? And then we say feedback / measure. Now, is this going to be the debrief? DB. That's the question I got to ask myself here now. Did friction drop? Did I feel lighter? Did I feel lighter? Did execution improve? Okay, let's see if that's in the debrief. What's up with this? Debrief. Compass debrief. I think that's what it was. Shit. Right. I got something here. Hold on a second. I got something here. Yeah. Compass review. Right? Now that's the question I got to ask here. That's the question to ask. So it's called Oh, that's just fucking weird. All right. Okay, now in numbered list format, I want you to map what you are saying with the database that I have according to what you know. So if 0 is Life Compass, I want you to write down the name of the database that you have on file. And do that for all 8 components of the factory, basically. Right. Drift detection. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now we got to go to the full layers, and run this through. Okay, so let's copy this down. Live Compass DB. Just copy all these questions. Yeah, no, you do. You do. You do. And that's where we have the journal, right? There was a journal. No. Oh my god! I think it's coming back now. It's like it feels like it's coming back now. Fucking finally. Yes. Yes. It's coming back now. I logged my friction and dissatisfaction with my life in the daily reflection. Yes, that's what I was doing. Yes. And then we have a systems auditor. Yes. And then here we've got Crosspoint. Yeah. Then here we've got what? All right, that's what I want here. Now, let's put this here for now. Okay. Mm. I'm getting there now. I'm getting there now. All right. So I've got that now. Now my next thing is to look at the levels again. Some of these are redundant, but this is really core order. And we just build around that. Okay, now the next thing is just to take pictures here. Oh, thank God I can just do that easily. Okay, now the next thing that I need you to do here is to audit each of these databases according to what I have written down here. Fuck, I gotta write it out here manually. In the screenshot that I have attached, and I need you to tell me from this core outline that you're saying the proper order of each, basically. So basically what I need you to do is I need you to audit the information from each of the screenshots. I need you to number list and write down the exact name of the database title. And I need you to give me an exact ordering of the flow of it, period. Because we have For example, a compass reviews DB, and that was acting like as a cycle debrief, basically. And I'm thinking, do we keep it as compass reviews DB, or do we make that just a cycle review DB that stays as part of the deep work operating system to evaluate the effectiveness of the cycle? And do we just use systems auditor to basically be the audit for the Life OS, basically, and like a life auditor, essentially. ... So I need you to look at each and every single one of these screenshots, look at the information provided, and then map to what you were saying is there. From your previous message, so that we can be in true alignment with what should be the logical flow and ordering when auditing my life and creating a system, so that way now we can finally move on to the what the fuck is it called? System creation or refactoring for the deep work operating system, period. Okay, let's take a break. Let's go. Get pumped up here. Audit and evaluate this order. Period. Are we saying that it should look like this? Question mark. There's nothing in here anyway. Oh, fuck. Nope. Let's go. We gotta do something with that here at some point. Okay, so let's look at what you're saying here because I'm slightly confused. period. I very well understand systems auditor, life and systems review, DB. But when you talk about the post deep work cycle debrief, which is execution, why are you saying to rename it exactly? Question mark. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Question mark. As far as I understand, the systems auditor DB is very clear. Why is my life not flowing? And then the cycle, deep work cycle debrief is supposed to answer the question, did all the work that I do actually contribute something meaningful to improving the overall quality of my life or slash system? Question mark. Okay, now we're very clear on that. Okay, good enough. Okay, so let's get a re-audit on this order then. Period. Is this correct? And is the naming convention correct? And clear enough? Question mark. Okay, now grade out of 100%, clarity of order and the clarity of what this would look like in real time, period. The whole purpose of this session today was to make it very fucking crystal clear that this is what I'm working on. This is the steps to go through and do an audit of my life, see where I'm unhappy, see what needs to change, see what I need to fix. And then now that leads me into the refactoring of the system. A system that I need to unfuck so that if I unfuck that system, I basically unfuck the rest of my life. Okay, great. Good. That's right. If I unfuck the right system, I unfuck my life. That's 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 the motherfucking thing. That's it. This couldn't be any fucking clearer. Wonderful. That's good. Good. Done. Good job, Gabriel. All right, cool. So now we know that. Now we know that. Bingo. Okay, awesome. Period. We don't need 100%. That's plenty already where we are. That's already plenty. Period. Now, the next thing is for the systems auditor database, comma, the goal is to house a clean record of life and then areas of dissatisfaction to determine what's the thing to work on, correct? Period. Is that the goal of that database? Actually, it just answered the fucking question here. Just look at that. So you don't have to ask more questions. You log it, pattern emergence. Okay. Also, most importantly is when do I want to run this systems auditor so that I can lock this in my calendar right now? Question mark. Obviously, I want to be doing this during week 4, during my off cycle. So this has got to be the thing. Right, and since I'm here, since I now have the idea that came to me, I know what to do here. I want to take this guy and this guy and create a two-way link basically between the two. So we're going to open up the systems auditor and I'm going to go into here, add a two-way relation. And I'm going to daily reflection to a relation. There's no limit here from this side. Yes. Cool. And now I can just open this up here and see the ID. There we go. So I'm just going to do this as the ID now. And I'm going to open this up. And this should all be, yep, exactly. Yeah. Gotta be aware of the emotions here. Done. Yep, state logger, all that. Fuck. Whew. Boy. Yep, I wasn't doing this for months. Now we gotta start fresh. Since September 4th. And then, right, and then 23rd of September, that's when they took my daughter away. And that's when I had now this period. Yeah, good. And this is now going to change to just a daily reflection. Just a daily reflection. No interstate, no log, daily reflection. That's it. Okay? Yep. Okay, so we log it in the daily reflection, which I just did that. Okay, so now it's just now a matter of the daily rhythm now having its own thing here. So we've got systems auditor, which has a link to the linked daily reflections, and this aggregates for the month for this cycle. Yeah, exactly. And we're going to call this reflection ID. Okay. And here, what we want to do is we're going to fucking strip all this down as much as possible. Oh, yeah. Oof. That's okay. That's okay. It's a mess of fuck that we're going to unfuck. And we're going to make it real, clear, and simple. That's all we're going to do. You know, because what else can we do? And I was doing my best to keep up with it. It's a bit of work. You know, I had these end of day reflections, what happened today, dream recap, ChatGPT made a lot of these things. So we're going to start. We're going to get back into this groove here. Linked daily reflections. Yes. All right. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. Right. Just keep it simple with what Sri Pritaji and Krishnaji were saying. You're either in a stressful state or you're in a beautiful state. Exactly. Great. So the next one is for the 16th of February, week 4, the 16th of February. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good. Now I'm getting more focused, which is thank God. All right, so maybe that could just be it. Maybe I was just experiencing a bit of burnout, and now I'm just at this place where I just gotta just take it easy a bit, you know? Maybe that's just what it is. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. All right. The last thing that I would say here is Mm-hmm. Okay. Great. I'm satisfied with that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Okay, great. Next, I'm here and I'm gonna do my best to do this. I want to get a proper ordering of this. Okay, now I need you to carefully audit and review not only the property schema, but also the PDF. And I need to determine how are we going to operate this and execute these system audits and take them very seriously now, period. How are we going to navigate this so that it gets done in 30 to 60 minutes maximum, and we identify what system, if any, is causing a gap in my life between where I am now and where I want to be, period. And I'm not sure exactly how to express this, whether we express this primarily in a subpage or whether we express this at the property level. Are we going to be property heavy here, or are we going to be more subpage narrative here? Question mark. Remember that we also have the daily reflection now, which is basically going to roll up into the systems auditor, so that way I can look at certain properties of the daily reflection and look at whether a majority of my day has been spent in a stressful state or whether it has been spent in a beautiful state, and whether or not I was actually effective at moving the needle and what's going on with me, so that I don't, tip the differential and flip the fuck out. And I am very at peace, basically, period. So I don't know exactly now at this stage what do we do about the systems auditor, because before it was primarily used literally to diagnose systems. So to literally look at a system and pick it apart, but now if we're doing it a little bit differently to say, okay, well, what's the bottleneck or what's the friction point in my life? Then now that changes up the outline of the database, I believe. Period. Excuse me. If you look at the third screenshot, I have a database, some records of half-assed systems audits. But those systems audits were very, I guess, superficial and surface level. And they were basically just diagnosing one system, period. Whereas I'm assuming this systems auditor DB now is to assess the overall state of my life, just like a business, period. So if we apply the same idea, like I am a business, then a business has a systems audit, or it has like a business audit, or it has like a, overall audit. And we look at, okay, well, what's going on here? What's the issue with this business? Are we happy here with this, or whatever the case is? Question mark. Please really clarify, and don't just like copycat my words and be persuasive to fill my narrative, period. I need it to be very neutral and much more objective as to what are we going to identify here, so that way when we move down the factory, we can quickly go through this process and then diagnose, okay, this is what's going on overall. Okay, this is very neutral. All right, well, what could be the cross point? What could be the issue here, basically? And I needed to be very clear in how I identify that. And I think that we also need to have a two-way relation to the cross points database, but I'm not so sure. Relation to the cross points database, but I am not so sure. So I need very clear, pristine directions and feedback as to how to navigate this, period. So look at this database, the systems auditor database, and guide me through my understanding of how we have are going to run audits on a monthly basis after every 4-week deep work cycle to identify whatever else needs to be identified. Period. Once again, if you require it, comma, look at the factory order to guide and navigate you, period. Also, if it's better to just house everything in one subpage as an SSOT, where in the systems auditor, we name the cross point, then we name the bridge charter and the BVT all in one location, then please let me know if that's much smarter to do so that we can simplify everything, or if it's much better to have separate locations for that content, then please make note of that and make that crystal clear, period. Which I think honestly might be the best thing overall long term. Because when you have, the more things you have, the more you have to maintain. And the more breaking points that there could be. But at the same time, when you have more databases, you can look at one specific database. You can look at one specific thing and you can look at, okay, this is where this could be breaking, but you have to know the order of it. That's what I have realized on this journey of creating working procedures and systems. And, my goal is to focus more on the system and getting that to work so that I can sell businesses. I don't want to be operating a business for the rest of my life necessarily. I would much rather have it well oiled and polished and then ride off into the sunset. Then I can repeat that process over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. What deserves a bridge? That's pretty key. What deserves a bridge? And I'm grateful I got that Mac Studio thing. It makes doing this work much easier. I definitely would beef up to the M3 Ultra if I have the cash. Or the M5 Ultra. Damn, that's going to be like a double digit then. All right, so if I had the 96, give a focus, yes, I know. If I had the 64 gigabyte of RAM now, and right now that's the M2 Ultra, M3 Ultra would be 96 gigs of RAM. That means the M5 Ultra should be 24 gigs of RAM or something like this. Duh. Come on, mister. Yeah, 128 gigs of RAM. So I should see 128 gigs of RAM on the M5 Ultra. Unless they come out with an M6 Ultra or something like that. The M5 Ultra, I think they would come out with. That would be really nice. 128 gigs of RAM as the base model. That would be really nice. But the way I'm going to do it is when the new one comes out, I would replace this one or make this one, convert this one into a personal one. Or maybe get a Mac Mini, right? Get a Mac Mini, like a 16 gig Mac Mini or something like this, so that there's a clean distinction between a Mini and a Studio. And I'd make sure that one stays personal, one stays business, and I'd also make sure that the M5, when the M5 Ultra comes out, then I upgrade to the M3 Ultra, but refurbished, because I'm not going to buy, I wouldn't buy new, I'd buy refurbished from a credible retailer. I think that's the easiest way for me to do that. Yeah, okay. Next, moving on. And this is also where now my focus is starting to go. What the system's auditor DB is and is not. It is a LIFO diagnostic. Okay, the next thing I need you to do for me then is to, once again, comma, audit the attachments. And I need you to write me an optimized property schema, an updated property schema, and also I need you to look at the PDF and tell me and organize a template. Okay, and that should be pretty easy. So that's good. We did a lot today. We did a lot today. Okay, so that was a big one. So today we had to review the conversation with ChatGPT, refactor the system's order to DB, which is what we're updating right now, so that we can hold and house a clean record of the life areas of dissatisfaction to determine what's the thing to work on. So I'm analyzing the whole system. I'm analyzing the whole system that is my life. Okay? And this is what the purpose of this audit is to run the whole idea of my life. So once I take a part of the system, I work on it, I put it back in, and then I observe. And then it could take some time maybe to see the results or the feedback on it. Just like we're trading, you take a trade, you're not going to know the results instantly. It's going to take you maybe a couple of days, maybe even a couple of weeks for a trade, or even a couple of months if you're position trading. So I have to ask myself, like, when do I do the audit and how do I determine, And maybe even the further out you go, the more, you have to do that. Mm-hmm. Right. This is again where ChatGPT lacks because its memory chain is not so strong. Like I have to purposely save certain information so that there's, so, you know, if I have to revisit it, I can. This has been a problem in the past. So I would normally just be working on the systems. Yeah, fine. But then what happens? Then the whole thing gets fucked up. And then what? You know? Good. Damn. I haven't done this since July. I think it's important to deprecate that. Shit. Yeah, that's when it becomes a lot of work. And I gotta ask myself if I'm really willing to do all that again. Probably not. Fuck. Oh, shit. I don't know if I want to do all that again, man. This is very likely going to be deprecated now. Because I can go here, I can be like, okay, I'm feeling peaceful. Whatever. You know? But don't want to go through all of that. And have I been maintaining all of that? You know? I have been. Fuck. Shit. Okay, so if I go here, overall state today, Good. Okay, we're back to working that now. And now over here, I see it aggregated. Maybe we have a date. Exactly. Now we can see that. Nice. If I were to pull that all up, that's what I would see. Current states deprecate. I want to see overall state today. There we go. Stressful state versus peaceful state. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If I were to add this up here, I'd say stressful state exactly. So it would add it by default. As of right now, that's I think the best that I can do is just say, let me just keep this default. And the idea is to keep a record of, okay, how much have I been in this stressful state? Okay, what's been stressing me? Have I been in a beautiful state? Okay, am I in more of a beautiful state, or I'm in more stress state? I think that's a fair enough start. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Okay, I need you to create a template, section headers only, of the systems auditor subpage content, because we're going to do an actual run through tomorrow. Isn't that the goal of the systems auditor, is to identify the next cross point, question mark, so that we can get ourselves unfucked, question mark. Break. All right, we're almost at the finish line here. Holy mother of fuck. Okay. Focus. Okay, I need you to grade that. Grade your template out of 100% in terms of clarity and ease of implementation, and whether or not that's actually going to help me identify a cross point or not. Anything on my own, comma, I would not know what the fuck to do here. Period. This is, for me, very unclear. Period. So am I supposed to like answer the questions, or can we at least update this template that you just provided with like bullet points of contextual information so that I can kind of see like prompts underneath to assess and support me in understanding what exactly is it that I'm supposed to be doing here. ... Yes, that's better. Good. I think that's good enough right now. Now my hand is starting to hurt, so that might be the wrap up for today. So we went from this to now this. Good. Okay, now I need you to audit and grade this template for running systems audits out of 100% in terms of clarity and ability to implement and execute. Period. Grade the overall template structure, the section headers, and the prompts underneath those section headers to confirm and solidify we're good to go here. Okay, and to confirm right now, comma, can this template be applied to a business, etc.? Because the way that I want it to work is that we look at the whole, basically, period. So in this context, I'm looking at my life as a whole. And then I just audit my life, period. It's got to be the same approach for the business. So if this was lifepurpose.com, we would have to be able to run an audit on lifepurpose.com and basically just treat everything that we have been doing for the life operating system for a business. There should be no difference between the two, especially when you consider that when people register a business in the United States, especially like an LLC, comma, a business is a living entity. kind of like these questions better. Mm-hmm. That's right. Mm-hmm. I like these questions that you just gave me. So I want you to make these section headers as well and give me prompts underneath to answer them clearly. Period. Okay, now I need you to refactor this template that I have here and consolidate it to like 5 sections maximum that are the highest ROI for determining the cross point, basically. All right, so basically when we do this audit, we're just saying, okay, this is the issue, this is the issue, this is the issue. Identify, discuss, and solve it. IDS, that was a EOS term. And now we're going to wrap this up and put that into a very consolidated thing. Mm-hmm. Bingo. That's what I want, motherfucker. Bingo, bango. I really like this one. Where's friction persisting? Where's effort? Mm-hmm. Restart iPhone.
Just to
All right. There we go. Where does friction persist? Where does friction persist? Where is effort? Ah. Mm-hmm. Oh man, the sun is really sharp now. Sun is shining now. That gives it like a real big blur effect. Not too sharp. All right, let's go back and let's finish this up here. Let's go to Notion, Chat, GPT. Mm-hmm. Audit this template and confirm that the following questions have been implemented in some form or another in the template. And if so, identify which sections each of the questions were morphed into. Almost there. Let's see. Picture in picture. Yep. Could be a form of avoidance. Yep. That's right. That's correct. Wait, I don't want to zoom in too much now. Good enough. Right? Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah. I think that's good enough. Don't you? All right. Let's get back in here. Okay. To section 3. Mm-hmm. And I know you're shining. Bam, that's what I need, baby. And I know you're shining down on me from heaven. Yes. Goody, 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 goody. All right. Now, is that your final answer? One more time, gonna celebrate. Gonna celebrate. Yes. I really like the Stream Deck. This is good. Maybe I get that Galleon in the future. Make my life easier. Maybe, who knows? But I do like the 64. It would be nice to have 64 keys and just slide across. That would be pretty good. Okay, last time here, comma, audit and grade this template for the systems auditor DB out of 100% because this is now going to be the locked in template that we're going to use to run audits every 4 weeks on the overall state of everything. And we're going to use this to identify the cross point because from there, we're going to know what is it that I actually need to build. And then we're going to do the bridge charter. We're going to do all that stuff. And this basically needs to be so quick now at this stage that I can run this with an agent and they can do this for me in seconds. Like they can ask me questions, etc., etc., and then they can do this for me instead of me having to do this. And that's the direction we're going to go in. So please audit and grade this out of 100% in terms of readiness, good to go, etc., etc. Never touch again. And we have the actual thing that we need, which is to understand what the cross point is, what is the real problem, what is the real issue, and we're good to go. Yeah, that's the idea of the level 10 meeting. Determine the actual cross point. That's tomorrow. Oh, we still got to do the daily debrief, right? That was, wow, interesting. This visitation is over. Yes, good. Good. Yes, that's the metaphor. It's probably us going to the next place now. Oh, come on, please. Maybe it's time for a new keyboard. I don't know. Is it important? No, it's not important. Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. Never mind, Scotty. All right, this template is ready. Da, 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 da. Good. Yeah, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Done. Okay, great. Period. Good job today. That concludes today's deep work session. Period. Please write me a 1-paragraph daily debrief. And then write another paragraph of on a grade of out of 100% how effective was today's deep work session and whether or not today's deep work session moved the needle and whether or not we shipped a brick today. Period. Done. Da, 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 da. Now let's close this bad boy up because we are locked in. We are locked in now. The rest is just, semantics now. But that was a good day. This was a very good deep work session. Now I'm getting back into the flow of it again. So please, universe, life, don't fuck with me here. Please have mercy on me. Yeah? Just one thing. One thing a day. One brick a day, and then that's it, you know? There we go. Done. I'm waiting. This was a blocker, right? Me, I'm blocking myself. I'm waiting for Cash to get a new computer so I can live stream all the work I'm doing. Well, now I'm doing that, right? No excuses. So now the challenge and the block is currently okay, great. Done. Okay, so there you have it. That was the day. That's what we did today. Wow, drop frames less than 1%. That's really good. There you go. Now it's getting all tightened up. Sun is shining. The weather outside is not so frightful anymore. And we now have more things coming into play now, and we have more structure to our day. So now everything is kind of just compiling in together and coming into focus here, which I really am so grateful for. All right, that's it. Until tomorrow. Actually, you know what? Let's actually take a screenshot of that just to make sure.